And we are live! Hi everyone, let me fix my camera a little bit. And let me tell you that way. That should be good. Yeah! We'll just have to sit a little lower. Oh, I bet you the camera. But anyways, we'll fix that in a second. Hey guys! Well, this is it. This is our final episode. How's everybody doing? Let me check on all you guys. How's everybody doing? Oh wow, look at all you guys. Okay, let me pop you out. I unlike usual, usually where we start with on the outside, I wanted to start today on the menu real quick because I wanted to point something out that I think, I mean, maybe everyone figured this out by the end, but one thing I really love about the Endwalker logo, if you've never noticed it, you know, we all assumed it was the moon, right? We all assumed it was on us journeying on a vehicle to the moon, but ultimately, it's actually Ultima Thule and the Ragnarok. And I think that is just sweet. Oh, hi, Deadpool. Did you arrive just in time? Well, come here, buddy. Come here. Let's log into Elio, and then we can show you to everyone while we're logging in real quick. Oh, Deadpool, come here, buddy. Did you know today was the final day? Oh. Very good. Saying hi to everybody. Oh yeah, you wanna go check something else out? Okay. Yeah. Oh. Love you, buddy. Okay. Let's say hi to all you guys now that we're logged in. Okay, Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers, so like, don't talk about what's happening later in the episode. This is it. This is the final episode, guys. This is nothing to spoil, nothing to... Well, I say final episode. Obviously, the journey continues into the future at some point. But for now, this might be our stopping point up until 6.55 rolls around. Unless we do side content stuff elsewhere. But for all intents and purposes, for the MSQ and the story, this is one of our endings. Kiko, good to see, glad to have you. Infinite, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, good to see, glad to have you. Meowza, good to see, glad to have you. Moral support on. Krista, good to see, glad to have you. V, good to see, glad to have you. Got water for emergency hydrations. Tracy, good to see, glad to have you. Lady, good to see, glad to have you. Misako, good to see, glad to have you. Desberry, good to see, glad to have you. Kathra, good to see, glad to have you. Hello. That's good to see, glad to have you. Whole popcorn sounds like a good idea, yeah. I ate way too much sandwich, now my stomach hurts. Oh, y'all talking about food before food. Light, good to see, glad to have you. Look at all y'all socializing. Ray, good to see, glad to have ya. Daniel, Amara, good to see, glad to have you both. Look at all you guys here. Wow. How y'all doing? Emotional support pupper, yeah. Good at showing our goodbyes from the last stream. Oh, does it need updating? Yeah, we can update that. And then also, if our stream starts crashing or we have problems today, we know how to fix it. Let me adjust my lighting a little bit. I'm looking very white at the moment. I mean, I'm always looking a little pretty white, but now especially. Okay. Well, we're gonna do a short warm-up, I guess. Why don't we do a quick short warm-up where we go do the 2 quests for the dragons? And if you'll notice, the music's now changed after Astinian sacrificed himself last time. It sounded more muffled and more distant, like an echo. Now it's stronger. Why, thank you, Daniel. I didn't tune, if I'm right. Yes. Tracy, where are you? You need to remind me. Next week, Elio starts Aram Reborn as Gabi, Lambert as the Lalafell. Oh yes, I do the entirety of a Realm Reborn. Can you imagine doing Gaius? With Gaius's like, you know, for whom do you fight? Such devastation was not Gabi's intent. Sorry. A tune. Thanks, Tracy. Stream has returned to its roots, debating pizza. Oh, man. Guys, this has been such a journey. It's been, what, May of last year? It's been over a year. 107 episodes. Roughly 4 hours per episode. We've been doing this for almost 400 plus hours. I mean, obviously, could have gone faster. We didn't do some of the meandering we did. Some of the warm-ups. Some of the, some of the voice acting, for sure. But I think in the end, it was all worth it. Good, Raven. Come closer, little one. I must ask thee. Did a pitiable dragonet meet its end at thy hand? Yes, it did. Though I cannot find in my heart to thank thee, nor shall I admonish thee. The young one would have suffered every living moment, as do we all. Though some torments are more easily borne. If thou wouldst prevent further needless suffering, pray, seek my shelled kin. At the shallow lake, yet wallowed overlong in hatred beyond healing. Hey, buddy. Oh, Deadpool, did you get locked in here? Here you go, buddy. The boy locked himself in here and started rummaging through everything, because when he gets locked in somewhere, he starts getting bored. Wants to explore. FF14 was never meant to be rush. Yeah. It's good that we took our time. It's always been about the journey. Hark, the grinding and shuddering of steel and bow bodies. The metal, it cometh. Thou hearest not. Mayhaps thy species have not the sensitivity. Yet the machines come, nevertheless. Seek a vantage from which even thou mayest witness their dread approach. Then hearken unto my words and flee. Oh wow, there's a bunch of different. Come on, Milkshake. Let's ride. I would be curious of Elio's playtime, but I know he spends quite a bit of time AFK on that character. Yeah, because I have Len too. What is it? Hashtag playtime? It's a hashtag. 59 days, 1 hour, and 8 minutes. Currently. And yeah, who knows how much of that was AFK. Was your journey worthwhile, Elio? Yeah, it was, Daniel. No dragons here, forsooth. I think there's no question. Plenty of struggle along the way, that's for sure. Dez, good to see, glad to have you. And hey, Lynn, good to see, glad to have you. I'm not late, you can't prove anything. I can't. This is exactly why we do the warm-ups and the little quests, right? No one but dragons here, forsooth. Ten more days for funny number. Oh, 59 days, yeah. Just a simple 240 hours. You know, it's funny. Last night, even just after I finished streaming, I was walking around the house, but I left my headphones on. So I was just listening to this music for kind of a few hours, or at least an hour, while doing stuff. Hey, sometimes it takes a second. What did you guys all feel when you first visited Ultima Thule? Like when you first finished Endwalker and we're coming through this section? I'm curious, because I'm sure we all, you know, we all had different journeys. And I think so much of like probably your perspective on like life in general, dealing with loss and grief or any number of things kind of greatly affects the way in which you see this place at the start. No one but dragons here. Combination of excitement and foreboding. I cried. I was crying and just pushing forward. Ultima Thule, anxiety, grief, and a bit exhausted, emotionally speaking. Yeah, especially if you're going through Endwalker in like one fell swoop, definitely. Genuine first reaction? Oh, shiny. Then story happened and became tonal whiplash. I mean, it is a beautiful place. Beautiful. And sad. Fred, good to see, glad to have you. The whole gamut. I was crying so hard most of the time that my family kept backing out of the room when they came in to ask me things. No one but dragons here. No matter where we go, only dragons remain. Oh, actually, you know what? Why don't we go finish out? I just gotten over a bad spell of anxiety, so I was a little worried that all the doom and gloom would do what would do to my mental health. But ultimately, did you find more comfort in it than anything? I know I did. But maybe that's just because you can't really stop grief or suffering or struggle, right? But I think if you can take some peace in others and yourself willing to keep going, I mean, that's all we really have, right? Like, you don't get promised a better world, but if you can keep going, you at least have a chance. Definitely a lot of dread the first time. Wonder what was going to happen. I think did most of Ultima Thule in one day. Yeah. Probably, Decoy, good to glad to have you. Probably worth mentioning Curl finally came off. Yeah, oh yeah. If you would like to join our FC, we're on Crystal Curl, and Curl just came off the congested list. So if you'd like to move on over to the Curl, we'd love to have you guys. We're starting after FanFest. We're gonna go back to doing a lot more community-oriented content together. So we'll probably, I'm gonna start. We'll start scheduling some stuff, including, you know, glam contests and things like that. I suffer from fear of heights, so one of the maps where I kept feeling I was going to fall off. Yeah, definitely, Tracy. That makes sense. So it is done. I heard his dying cry. His bloodline was the strongest of the armored ones, possessed of carapaces like unto stone. Yet even they were not impervious to the metal fiend's onslaught. It took but one to raise their nest. Even now, its terrible form doth linger in my mind. 4 jaws that ravened beneath a shroud of steel. And a few who escaped the carnage. Life is gifted naught but despair. They yearn for vengeance, though our enemy has long since quit this place. As thou hast witnessed, they now turn all too quickly to indiscriminate violence. Alas, this is only one feedeth the fires of their guilt. Never doth it quell them. Nay, I fear that only death have that power now. Said lagging is happening? On my end, there's not any issues. Let me know if you guys are having lagging issues at all. Thou art returned. When didst thou ken? Naught but dragons, verily. Perhaps thou speaketh in sooth. The mechanical cacophony plagueth me without cease. Though I swear 'tis clearer now than it hath ever been. Should this be naught but mine own fears, return fiercer with each coming, I know not how to quit myself of them. Find strength in your comrades, and together overcome your fears. Thou art strong, and my kin sought what thou hast found. Perhaps our star would have met a different fate. Perhaps. We only found it by working together. And maybe one day you can too. I was crying for what happened to the Dragon Star. Yeah, the tragedy of it all, Tracy. Oh yeah, I was awesome emotional. I was thinking Endwalker for weeks afterwards. Sobbing like a girl jumped at prom during the whole scene. I didn't do Endwalker in one go. I had to take breaks so I didn't get numb. It's interesting, right? I think we all deal with, I think, sorrow and grief differently, right? I mean, we all learn that. But it's interesting that even when it comes in narrative form, the ways in which the same struggle can be affirming or it can be numbing. You know, sometimes just the deluge of emotion can be just too much. I equated to having a walk through a forest by yourself just after a rain or something and a session of depression. I just made it out of AR, never thought I'd make it that far. I haven't started playing again since I lost Boo Boo Kitty. I'm sorry, Kathra. I might just content myself with watching for a long while. Well, we're glad to have you here with us. After Astinian, I had so much Sailor Moon deja vu. Don't worry, don't you worry. If there's lag, I know how to fix it now, so it's gonna be all good. And again, thank you, Lilm, for reaching out with the solution on that one. Emera, good to see you. No, I have not played any of 6.4 yet. I'm going to be playing 6.45 tomorrow. But I've been completely blind so far to everything in it. Yeah, no worries. Yukio, good to see you. Glad to have you. It's 6 days till my birthday. I'm just waiting till I can restart my sub. Aw. Coming soon, Yukio. Okay, guys. You ready to continue our journey? I guess start the beginning of the end. Let's go. Oh, I see. I have to stop. Step there. Powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other scion should arrive before long. Lynn, good to see you. Glad to have you. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragon remains trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. The Destinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. Oh yeah, Daniel. Interesting. As we go through, I'd love to talk about that. We have to keep going, even if Estinian isn't here to see it. I'm sure Alfino wouldn't want to disappoint him. Though it pains me to say it, we can ill afford to stop and grieve our comrade's passing. No, there will be time enough after. No choice have we but to march onward, lest we squander their noble sacrifices. To feign bravery with bold words is a simple matter. Without the strength of will to match, we are powerless against Dynamis. Not less than unshakable conviction will suffice, which makes me question if I'm up to the task. Roads paved in sacrifice. You can see the quest's text is fading more and more. As Hydaelyn Alice said, we must continue. Notice the changing our surroundings? Perhaps this is the memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it. Then tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Yo, good to glad to have you. It's kind of fitting that Estinian's bridge is a big jump. Yeah, and also winds. The winds beneath the dragon's wings. Another seemingly barren world, for a mercy. The air is nowhere near as stale, but still quite dry, and the sand will no doubt prove bothersome in due time. If you are worried about my visions, you needn't be. I can still see quite well. Sure, good to glad to have you. If not for the light emitted by these glyphs, I might have overlooked this monolith. Rah, dude, you waited 100 years for the word light, never gave up hope. If this isn't conviction, I don't know what is. But he had doubts along the way, right? And so the difference of, like, there can be no doubt here in a world of Dynamis, in a world where all emotions affect what exists. Every little doubt is a hole in their armor, you know, a notch in their sword. So it's not only the conviction to keep going, but true and fervent and unquellable conviction. Sand everywhere. Oh. Is Alice just Anakin? Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in this surface, 'twould appear as ordinary as stone. Fury script hath been etched upon them. Alas, 'tis not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say if I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragons would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. Actually, what do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at the distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. There's actually something I want to go look at real quick. And if you never take the time to look around the skybox in Ultima Thule, you can actually see different shards of the worlds broken out further along the way. And imageries of other stars in the middle of their death. There's something I want to... The water here is so beautiful. The wellspring of regret. Let me see if I have it. I might... Yeah, I think I might have it. Okay. I've got my folder of screenshots, and real quick, I want to see if I can find. I want to see if I can find the photo I took the first time I arrived in Ultimate Pool. Probably should have done this earlier, but forgive me. So many different photos of you guys and Neri and yeah, it doesn't look like I have it saved. That or got lost. But I did just find this, and I think I'm just gonna pull this up for now. Almost 2 years ago, I guess maybe more like a year and a half ago now, I sat right here sitting on the edge, staring out into space with my chocobo. And I remember thinking that it was just something really beautiful. And also that it was a moment in time that, like, I knew that I felt so strongly in that moment a way that that couldn't last. You can't, Ultima Thule, the moment we arrive on this map, it's new, it's something powerful, it's something meaningful, it's something, or maybe it wasn't to you, but it was to me. And eventually, the map becomes a known element. This story becomes a known element. It's something we've experienced before. It's something we know the shape of. And not only its lack of newness, but, like, you know, emotions pass. We change. We grow. We change. And I remember I just wanted to hold on to that feeling for that moment. Because and even now, I can't call to mind exactly what I thought. I can't call to mind. I know the shape of how I felt, but I don't feel the same way anymore. But I do remember that it was beautiful for that moment. And I think that that is all the more relevant now, and all the more relevant for this story. Maybe I'll try to find that picture later and throw it up in the Discord. Actually. Another moment in time. This one might be different, but still worth being here. I think it's also interesting how the major fragment areas you visit are sort of reflections of your journey as well. Yeah, the journey of the dragons, the journey of those who cannot accept the inevitability of fate, the journey of those who gave up everything. You can never have a second first time experiencing something, yeah. Stupid game, making me feel things. You say that like that isn't exactly what most of us want, right? I mean, maybe some of us don't care. Maybe it's just all about the mechanical, but I think for most people, the reason 14 lasts at all comes in the fact that we connect to something and we feel something, right? Hazard, good to see you. Glad to have ya. Those feelings come back for me every time I gather during an Ultima Thule, just not as strong. You know what, Hazard, that's a great way to put it. I would say that I still feel beauty and tragedy and heartbreak and all these things every time I'm in Ultima Thule. But it's never quite as strong, it's never quite the same, but it's still there. And the same core reasons are too. How dare this game get exactly what I want. Like, the first area is evocative of Heavensward being war-torn and left behind, and Dragon, obviously. The second area is vaguely reminiscent of Eorzean, yeah. Yeah, physically, like, in design, sure. And now our meeting with the Ea. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello there. Is this your home? Indeed, it is. Ah, forgive me. I had forgotten an exchange of introduction is expected when we first meeting those of whom one is unacquainted. The Ea are so alien. When the vibrations of vocal fold was still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Ea, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced yes, of the Ea. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of aether, or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourself, we Ea are aether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are comparable biological compositions to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,182,827. That is rather a lot, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain a corporeal form is, why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be simple to matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric extinguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ea, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your constant consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ea wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget that their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why civilizations so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we'll find no answers dallying here. Let us be on our way. Alien even. God damn it, Lynn. They're so cute yet terrifying. Yeah. They feel alien, right? How long were you waiting to use the joke, Lynn? Literally just came to me right now. Beautiful. Oh, yep, Des beat you to the punch. Oblivion! Good to see, glad to have you. I understand the A is abode, but why the halo? Bodies, why the halo? So remember, they're not corporeal beings, and for instance, their halo may be in reference to something there, like a story of their people, or their original bodies, or you know, a byproduct of the nature of being corporealist. Like, there's all sorts of reasons it could be. I mean, to an extent, why are they bodiless and able to do anything that they do? Why take that form in any regard, right? Because why not, yeah. It's their uber smartness beam, yeah. Krista, did I say good to see, glad to have you? I'm pretty sure you said hi earlier up above, but if not, good to see, glad to have you. Angelic transcendence parallel, yeah. Could be. The A abode, if you will. Yeah, they're very attuned, thank you. Yes, I will go attune first and foremost. Well, actually, we'll do the talk and we'll continue along. Thank you, Tracy. I like how one little piece of them detaches while they're thinking. Yeah, the orb like while they're pondering. Thank you, Light. EA Games. Wait. Oh, come on. There's got to be a joke there. EA Games. It's in the Ultimate Tool or something. They said there would be others, but I don't know what I was expecting. Something tells me we have a different definition of the word abode. I love how the AF feel alien when you first meet them, though. They're not familiar. They're not like anything we've met thus far. The Isle of Dragons was shrouded in the silence of the dead. Yet the stillness here doth suggest the Ea are, by and large, merely sleeping? I should be surprised their concept of a village is so different from ours. And yet... More violet-colored crystals. I cannot place my finger on it, but there's something unsettling about them. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. Sounds good, Krista. Thanks for joining in. EA Games, we're the studios. Your voice acting spot on, by the way. Thank you, Linda. I very much appreciate that. I never know what to do for, like, for instance, the A, when we experience them with voice, they, like, have, like, an echoing and a reverberation quality that's kind of, like, hard to mimic. So, like, coming up with something without that is... It's fun. It's interesting. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. Okay, now we'll go attune. Black Flame, good to see, glad to have you. And yeah, we're forging ahead. I mean, lady, it's very possible. I would definitely, you shouldn't take away the fact that even the Halo itself, though, is like a non-traditional Halo, right? So them being sort of pseudo-angelic, but also foreign and alien. I mean, you even think about the other versions of aliens, like, the Ophanium, right? And like biblical angels, and how many of them are alien in every way that we would think of the term. We're going to A it. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment if you would. Yeah, be not afraid, right? Why we seek our end, you ask. If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Also, this is kind of apropos of nothing, but my younger sister just gave birth to her second child, so I'm an uncle again today. Which seems kind of appropriate for today being life affirming. Maybe I'll actually remember my niece's birthday a lot better because of... Or maybe I'll remember today as the final day because it's my niece's birthday. The strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. If I had heard correctly, the Ea within the crystal says it will emerge from within shortly. Do you suppose they all appear as Cope Clog does? Despite mine best efforts, mine overtures have elicited no response from this crystal. I can but assume its resident sleepeth most soundly. Or so I hope. Thanks, guys. Don't worry, I don't barely remember after your nephew's birthday. And since you picked up Arcanist, you can be a carbuncle. Well played, Dez. I suppose there's a logic to the creatures comprised of spiritual energy utilizing crystals as living spaces, but nevertheless it's surprising to see. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? They all said they would come to speak, but none ever did. I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated aether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. Roads paved in sacrifice. Flesh abandoned. You can see further breaking down. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few Ea have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you to Lach and Dudik and Niknig. It has been too long, I dare say Sadir 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal form. The truth of the matter is as plain to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the diversions they afford, mayhap such a similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, have you already observed the requisite customs for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I cannot seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity, I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Nick. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you recall that much? Oh? Of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish their aether. By contributing to their replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That is right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care, follow, we shall feast you on the purest aether. Man, Cathra, I relate to that. Yeah, that is by far the best way to overeat for sure. I used to keep snacks near me during stream, and I've taken to now taking everything off the desk during stream. To think that I had forgotten what had become of the archives. How much has my essence deteriorated since last I was awake? Not that I am averse to having my mind fade away in this manner. It isn't so unlike the natural degradation of one's flesh. How delightful. Throughout the universe, but few races have completely shed their flesh as we have. As a result, we seldom receive visitors from other systems. Extreme differences can inhabit meaningful interaction, you see, and none more so than those which affect communication. Most entities, for example, cannot even comprehend our words. You are rare indeed in your ability to do so. You avail yourself of Dynamis, yes? It is an impressive application, even if it is ultimately pointless, like all the rest. How much aether would be adequate for your kind, I wonder? As I recall, there is a fine line between optimal satiation and violent sickness. I'm glad you're here, Milkshake. We never did get around to dyeing you white, but maybe that's more appropriate. This facility is where we replenish our aether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest aether. Please absorb as much as you like. We were told to stand wherever we like. This strikes me as less of a meal and more of a ritual. Judging by the construction of this facility, it would seem the Ea directly draw upon the Aether. Aether, they said, but I can't help but feel a bit nervous. If they are thus able to replenish their Aether, a loss of vital sustenance isn't like to be the cause of their demise. If it is as I suspect, then this so-called feast... Actually, let us just see it for ourselves. Fear not, we are not like to come to harm. Yeah, that's a fair point, Lynn. This is probably the closest we come to eating crystals in the MSQ. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet Aether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Hey, good to see you, glad to have you. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I had suspected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Ea's home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate Aether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarat. However, appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So remember, everything here is recreated from Dynamis, and it's the memory, the leftover emotions and thoughts and feelings and of the beings that once existed, whose memories have been drawn into Ultima Thule and the planet above our head. And they could share Aether with people. Like, for instance, when we give Aether to other people to help them cast spells, or when we gave it to Alice when she used Angelo to free Tiamat or Gabu. So did you have your fill of Aether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your Aether? Well, typically we eat, with food. Oh, through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and... Wait, to think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our system. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm. However, very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exists myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespans were distressingly middling, you see, too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you ever find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitives as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? No. What thinkest thou? Ishtole's always gonna want to know. We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Eorzean. The land of elegies? "'Tis true that lack of knowledge can beget fear. Therefore, in theory, by acquiring all knowledge, it may be possible to attain peace. But as Hydaelyn told us, all those people who are attempted to free their worlds from life's woes met with failure, and the Ea are among of them. As their presence here attests, the tale we are about to hear will not be a happy one. You may be intimately familiar with the problem, know it like the back of your hand, yet be powerless to solve it. In the course of my struggles, I've often been made keenly aware of this fact. I wonder if the Ea never felt the same frustration. To define the laws of creation would have been no small feat, even for the Ea. Nay, having eternal life and hence no sense of taste would only have made it harder. Such tremendous drive for knowledge they once must have had, and I struggled to reconcile it with the listless beings before us. Whatever answers they found did not bring them happiness. Like her master, Y'shtola seeketh the truth of creation. How will the truth of the Ea, who uncovered all only to desire the end, fall upon her ears? A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such enlightened people to this indolent end. Where knowledge leads. Ere we join the Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Elio, Grahatia, might I trouble you for assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Eorzean, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Eorzean. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Naniri! Good to see you, glad to have you! We are in the middle of the Ea section. Speaking of Ea, me and you need to sit down and finish up our Elpis and Ultimate Thule section for end talkers. I'm trying to make us what is it? Not responsible, but basically you guys hold us accountable, right? Niniri, thanks for staying up. Niniri, what time is it for you? It's gotta be either really early in the morning or really late at night. We do seem to have more dense aether than most. Yeah, dense, right? So the thing is, our ethereal density is for sure. Our capacity for the amount of aether is ambiguous. I mean, we have more than the average person, but the to how much is very unclear, especially because we're like denoted as still being very much a sundered entity within our aether. First we were smart with aether, now we're dense. I think this sort of stupid myself. There's no such thing as limit of knowledge. Well, but I think the thing is so imagine if you have anxiety or depression, and you can know all about a thing and understand a thing, but be constantly hurt by it and unable to do anything about it. I know when I'm anxious and if I've hurt someone and there's nothing I can do to make it right, I'm just stuck in a cycle of feeling awful about it and unable to like. It makes me a worse person. It makes me able to function less. And that's a bad example because knowledge in that case you should know if you hurt someone. But my point is that like. You can have something that you can't forget that leaves you stuck and hurts and leaves you unable to move on or continue forward or makes it or hampers it, you know? Yeah. Each their own. I wouldn't go so far as to call them stupid. I'd say it's most likely curiosity turned to arrogance turned to fatal hubris. Keeping everyone safe. Yeah. Thancred's desire to survive and for others to survive and to push past something that nobody else could, right? Like, to be unable to breathe for everyone else, and you remember what he did when he fought Ranjit. Basically, Thancred's tenacity is not something to you know, ignore. Isn't arrogance and hubris and sometimes stupidity? No, because I think there's a difference. Like, the Ea learned fundamental truths that many of them couldn't get past. For some people, when a child discovers they're gonna die, sometimes they never are able to accept it. Some people are not able to accept death. Sometimes, for some of us, we can accept things with grace and peace, and sometimes knowledge instead is just heartbreak without a way to move forward. For some. Just in time for Eorzean chasing mischief. Jackson, good to see, glad to have ya. Yes, and Doctors, it's too late indeed. Hello, bracing for the impact, but good. Yeah. Meowza, yeah, good to see you. Whenever I came to see the aether currents of Justinian sacrifice himself, I prayed to each current. That's a great choice. I'm glad you popped in, Niniri, thank you. For those of you who don't know, Niniri is in a far-flung time, so he's very much ahead of us. He's a tank. Tenacity is expected. This part affected me so much because it reminds me of my own experiences. When I was a sophomore in college, I had my first anxiety attack after reading about climate change, other world-ending things. Plus, Thancred could hold breath for 10 minutes. That's what he said at one point in the story. I wonder how primals use dynamis? No. I'm just going to stop you there. No. An aetherological being is not going to use... I'm just going to stop you there. We're not gonna go into the quandaries like that right now, but no. I'm just going to go with emphatically no, a being of pure aether is not going to be capable of controlling dynamis. A spring, and a sizable one at that. I hadn't noticed it amidst the dunes. Koshak, good to see you, glad to have you. Lolly-ho. Aye, this place shall serve. Isn't the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray, forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Oh, these are both possible. If Medion made contact with them while they still lived, it could be a copy. Let me go with this one, just because based on what I understand about Ultimate Duel. Potentially that Medion has taken their hearts onto herself. I'm inclined to agree. If Medion can take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than had she relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they were still alive. The dragons and the Ea both. So too did I theorize, and upon the assumption, I consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an enteleki. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire, a victim of those around her. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, 'tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the Ea onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this: in the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ere again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to mine comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well, and I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will say only this: do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado then, let us go to join our comrades. Yukio, that's because she was absolutely taunting us every step of the way of Ultimate Duel. To answer your question. Like, yeah. Do you argue that certain trial is a primal made of Dynamis? No, because it's not a primal. That would be like saying... What's a good example of a trial? Yeah, because she's not a primal. Let us be off to Eligea. She was taunting us. So depression is contagious? Yeah. She needs it to be for her plan to work. She also considers it a foregone conclusion as well. Yeah. Did you have to remember that in so many ways, Medion's a victim too. She is influenced and affected by the emotions around her, and she can't turn that off. It's not a choice. So all the tragedy and heartache of the world she visited that died, and all the dynamis that's been drawn to her, and the emotion and heartache and heartbreak of all the people drawn to her, she's stuck. Nothing she could do could break her out. Lost all hope for the world and started drinking heavily, staying in my bed whenever possible, trying to forget about it. It took a while for me to recover my will to live. Yeah, Daniel, I hear you. That, like, I don't know, I remember being 8-year-old and realizing that oblivion was coming for me as a kid. That, like, it wasn't a fear of death of the unknown, it was the fear of the utter cessation of self. And, you know, I still haven't ever fully gotten over that. I find more peace with it on the regular. And stories like Endwalker and 14, it's not that I learned anything new, but sometimes stories have the power to reframe in a way that breaks through. Or at least a way to give us some comfort. I knew I found deep comfort, though maybe not in the real world for me. I don't believe in a deity or anything like that. The idea in this world that after death, there was Hydaelyn looked after souls, and that maybe there is an end to the self, but that life continued on in some way, and that souls are reborn, or their aether gives birth to new life. And I think you could say the same thing about bodies. I may not believe in souls in the real world, but bodies and their energy giving way to new existence. But I still know I've never fully found full peace in the oblivion of self, the cessation of self. That doesn't mean that sometimes I didn't find comfort in some places. I think that's important. While we waited, we mentioned our star situation to the Aya. They nodded sagely or something to that effect. I understand you taking care of business. If you're ready to begin, then so are we. Don't mind me. Come, let us hear the Aya's tale and learn what caused such enlightened beings to crave nihility. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually,
Heat death.
all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age.
So the heat death of the universe is a fact that will happen in this universe.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story.
Effectively, the heat death of the universe is coming.
While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all.
They understand.
But
They
worry
just
not.
refuse to change.
We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join
Stan.
thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Eorzean.
Proud of my boy.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Friends standing together to the end.
What's this? An extinguished civilization? Rekindled?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Etheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friend's emotions fade away, along with their protection.
And thank you, Lilm. Your solutions. I'm going to implement a bunch of your solutions for the overlay. I just didn't have time today. Yep, stream is going now. It's so hard to A because they had no facial expressions. We were like just, yeah. I love you still at this moment. The moment I have to switch to shoulder materialize glowing red glyphs in the front of her face. Sassy sorceress. I'm proud of a girl. It's a Pavel! Good to see you, glad to have you. Proud of our girl. Right, the cutscene in particular has some frame rate issues when you're using certain extra. Jola says, fuck that noise. Yeah, I'm not willing to like give in to your inevitability of despair. The hidden horror of this scene are those are recreations from Dynamites. Real AR are either finally gained bodies and died or still waiting for that moment. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, all these people are gone. Brian, good to see, glad to have ya. Still is damn smart. God, Eorzean's such a chat, and I was really starting to cry. Yeah. Two archons that love learning and knowledge the most. Was Eorzean's archon work about prophecies? I forget. I think it is, but it is noted somewhere what it is. Looks at the impossible. Eorzean looks at the impossible problem, finds a way. He always finds a way. Our boy, yeah. And his ultimate choice in that moment, more than anything, is to stand by his friends, not take it upon himself alone, not to trust no one, but to trust us and to stand with us. Like. Yeah, starting to feel our emotions. Maybe, lady. Not hot topic, Tweety. Un momento. I might have accidentally pushed the bitrate a bit too high. Should be coming back in a second here. Yeah, we should be back. I think I know what happened there. I think I tried to bump the bitrate up a bit, and then sometimes the router has its own issue because I'm basically pushing it too high. But that's all fixed. Okay, but I'll take a second to talk to you guys real quick because I actually want to talk about that. Yeah, it's minor though, not terrible. Yeah, bad now. Yeah, dropping it for yeah. Having a fine day today? I'm glad to be here with you guys. Red, good to see you. Glad to have you. Hey, so many guys, so many of y'all who I don't get to see all that regularly for these. I'm glad you're here. I really am glad you're all here, guys. The Warp and Warhammer. Yeah, Jackson, very similar to the Warp and Warhammer 40. It's also made of emotions, the others. Yeah, I think the only difference being Warhammer 40k kind of just like, it's such a grimdark universe that it only allows there to really be the negative emotions made manifest. You don't get the positive as much, whereas this is all facets of the human experience. I also want to take a second to talk about this because I know it comes up a lot with other people, but right now, it does not matter if Y'shtola's right and we're able to save our friends, right? The point made right there, the point there is that we have the magic to save our friends, but the point made is our friends do not know if it's going to work. They do not know if for instance, their sacrifice may come that the only way to get to Medion and to begin the final fight is for them to be gone and to stay gone. Yes, there is a way, but it doesn't mean that it can be used. So all that they are doing, all the sacrifice they're giving are a profession of faith, are a profession of earnest emotion, are professions of truth. They are, it doesn't matter if we can or can't use the magics of Azem, because for all intents and purposes, the answer is we can't, and it doesn't matter anyways, because they would have still made the exact same sacrifice even if the magic wasn't there at all. So whether we do or don't save our friends, what their sacrifice means, what it means to give all of oneself to your cause that you believe in, to forge the way ahead, is the point and what matters. But, yeah, Flamine's very young. She's very, very young. Yeah. How did you all feel about this scene? I mean, as we're losing our friends along the way, one by one. Now we're only down to 3 of the Scions when we came here with 7. I'm fine, Elio. Like I said, a quest doesn't end here. Never have I felt such emptiness, as if part of me is gone. The thing also is, like, they literally, if you look at Flamine in 1.0, she looks incredibly youthful. The thing is, they put her in, like, a grandma dress and, like, her 2 costumes are both, like, grandma dresses and put glasses on her. They did everything to make her look older that they could. Victory at all cost. At any cost? I'm not sure. Victory at well, it seems like 4. Victory comes at a cost? I don't know. Bit by bit, the way ahead is fading. Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where the light shone. Y'Shtola's and Eorzean have opened the way for us. Yeah. I guess to me the point, that's the thing I would just would so specifically hit on, right? Is that I don't think it really matters to me whether or not the point is that someone's willing to, is sacrificing themselves with uncertainty of what happens next. You know? But yeah, I already said that. But I understand why that's some people's reaction. Remind me of Halo Reach watching the squad die off one by one. This was pulling a Sailor Moon, if you know, you know. It's getting progressively angry at the birds that our friends go. It's bittersweet that they died on their terms. Yeah. These next few are what really broke me. For the Lost, I think. Oh, for the Lost? Well, no, because the victory for the Lost? Yeah, if that's supposed to be an L. Or victory for the... Yeah, maybe. Definitely. The first time where we really can't tell. Y'Shtola's said we couldn't use magic. I was afraid we were going to lose everyone forever. This was a horrified point in the story, watching everyone sacrifice themselves. I was scared and angry and also numb, but we knew we had to press forward for them. We always knew it was a risk, right? We always knew coming here meant accepting that you may not come home. Some manner of a device. If our friends awakened it, then we should be safe to use it. Judging by the direction, this should be the place. Yes, I can feel it. The aether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal and no mistake. Let's just see where it leads. Victory of the lost. Yeah, that also definitely works too. Yeah, it's interesting. All our interpretations of it, I think, definitely resonate, right? Victory comes at a cost. Victory for the lost. Victory of the lost. Victory found, life lost. Hey, there's something. This seems familiar. For intruder alert, eliminate. Amazing. Yet another civilization. I defeated some enemies that's appeared while we were here. Mechanical life forms of some kind. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alfino with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from the hostile beings, take care of your footing. You must like the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finished exploring. No, I mean, you put it right, Catherine. Yeah, so this whole chapter is basically a clash of wills. Victory found, life lost would also directly apply to where we just arrived. Is worth saying. Yeah, it absolutely does fit the... You're right, Lil, yeah. Elio, there's literally a level check jumping in the background. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, I will most certainly attack any who draw too close. So let us avoid them and look for the others that appear more approachable. So how many of you, when you first got here, did the Leonardo DiCaprio meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? You see not the patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Once Upon a Time in the West. Yeah, that was the movie. Bleep bloop. Hello, 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 hello. Shutting down. L. I sure hope the intercourse was open. I had a hunch right away, yeah. I saw it in the distance long before getting here, so I knew it was coming, to be honest. Yeah, well, I mean, they also foreshadow with the dragons, right? Like, additional entities detected. Look, Elio, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. Unknown life forms detected, assigning generic label interplanetary traveler. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Bloop, bloop. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omnicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omnicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omnicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow. You could try speaking with the others. No worries, we'll solve it. Okay, so that time, what I think happened is I think the router overheated it wasn't because I had the modem in front of the router and the router wasn't getting error. It wasn't dropping like it usually does in OBS where it did the thing that we were talking about before. Instead, it was like it was just like a progressively dropping down. I'm guessing, but one of the things, what I did was I took my air compressor and I blasted air through the router really quickly, and that seemed to have immediately fixed it. So So let's go with, okay, either the Omicrons were hacking us, or also I have the most hysterical... I'm gonna have to figure out long-term solutions, but hey, how appropriate that it's happened on these final days. That's that. Checking out. So we'll see if that holds for a second. But now I'm laughing because I'm feeling like, okay, we lost the bar above our heads. We lost the shaders. I feel like bit by bit we're losing all the things that make make up my 14 playing experience with you guys. Which is how appropriate. Yeah, I think, yeah. I bet you that's it. But it seems to be holding now. We'll see. Yeah, don't tell us next we'll lose the webcam. Yeah, bit by bit we're losing all of it. Seems thematically relevant, right, V? Router rust. No, this is a brand new router. I think it's just, I think I'm just pushing my computer too hard. I think it just needs, it's time to, just as it's time to say goodbye for this final episode, I think it's maybe time to finally the UI, yeah. For every ally you lose an aspect of the game, yeah. Greetings. Any requests you have of this unit should be made clear and concise manner. What do you do here? This unit has been designated M015. This unit is responsible for the supervision and operation of the on-base energy plant. Please direct any complaints or suggestions regarding the plant to this unit. This unit will respond to them as efficiently as possible. What kind of place is this? This is Base Omicron, an outpost of constructed to allow us to engage in combat with unfamiliar opponents. In accordance with Stigma 1's most recent orders, we are currently shoring up the base and our forces. Now we are awaiting further orders. Your cooperation is requested. Hey, it's Oblivion. No, this one I think is a hardware issue. I think... Bleep bloop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard arraignment upgrade complete. Munitions levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capabilities resulting negligible subject fails outside of targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omnicrons, and our objective is safe self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet, though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. At subsequent costing determined that losses incurred exceed the gains. Thanks for cheering. Thanks for being patient, guys. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for cheering me on while we go through this. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware of malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's command and indiscriminately attack at all non-Omnicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, we advise that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces at the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Malfunctioning units. Is my PC an Omicron? Omicron? You learned a few things. So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe best step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We've finished the surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us isolated aisles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? We found some machines known as the Omicrons. It seems that their whole plan is to prepare for some kind of war. So the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Eorzean's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Eorzean said this. During our investigations before we joined you in Eligea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and Ea longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in and of itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Victory, but at what cost? Oh, me, but not Omni, but yeah, I see, yeah. Isolated aisles or... Stretching it too far, Lynn. You're stretching it too far, Lynn. Try to keep it closer in the distance. I love you guys. Keep on punning. Considering the Omicron's single-minded character, and the lack of new orders does seem unusual, I agree that we should seek out their leader. Pointless exercise? What does that mean, I wonder? No found. Any theories? Something not found? Binding? Because it depends if those 3 dots are also letters. Signal not found, maybe? File not found? Ooh, file not found, I like that. Hope not found. Shortly after they lost Omega bigger. Relatively based on what we know from Stigmascape Lady. This would be the moment in which the Medion came to them and she captured their memory of their life. This would have been sometime shortly after Midgard Summer and Omega left the star. First letter looks kind of like an H. Yeah, that's a good point. And that last one looks like a T. Yeah. Data not found, yeah. So the console we seek lies on the far side of the aisle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us watch our step as we make our way. I know some of you don't like heights, but I do want to point something out before we carry on, just because I think it matters. There's a dead star above us, right? Full of the heartbreak of uncountable stars and worlds. But below us is a near infinite light. And a trail leading between the two. Data not found, file not found. Heart not found. Ooh, I like that. That also, that's resonant for what's going on. Yeah. Hosts not found. Ooh, yeah, yeah. We got some missing stir. Yeah, that works. With the popping up twice, I'm inclined to think data. Yeah, and with what the Omnicrons are, it makes sense. Like I never noticed those striking dummies before. Yeah, they're level 90 striking dummies over here. Oh, I forgot, they actually don't, those aren't line of sight. I think those are proximity. It's the yoke of existence in that dead sun. You're not wrong. You're not entirely wrong. I think the planet is being drawn into the light void. Or is the light void the aether and the remnants of people being drawn into the dead star? I see, I know what you mean with the rocks, though. Question, are the OG Omicrons still out there but just deactivated? No. What we know about the stars pulled into Ultima Thule are gone. Like, that's one of the things they were just stating. So the Ea are gone. The Dragon Star is gone. The Omnicron in their world is gone. It's not coming back. At least not as it was. Greetings, sir. Can you hear me? Say something if you can. Awaken. Activate. Password? Well, I tried. The glow would suggest it is still operational, but how are we to interact with it? This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Makes me sad to think Omega is now the only one, the last of their kind. If you haven't, I really recommend, there's a post-Endwalker quest that you should definitely do that has to do with that. Very much worth looking into. Do not lick the console. No, do not lick the console. Just like you shouldn't lick the like button. Try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console. There is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Damn! Sam, good to see, glad to have you.
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
How does this play out if you haven't done
My thoughts
Omega?
Exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Always, Graha. Always. Always, Graha.
Very well. Here I go.
Caution to the eternal winds, more like Lynn.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
You're not wrong, Lil.
Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
Sarah, good to see, glad to have you.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
I want to check something real quick. Shortcut. This done. Okay. Oh, interesting. I remember when we set Omega loose to deal with Shinryu, an elegant weapon we once thought, and here we are now visiting a recreation of its own world. I can only imagine how else these beings will surprise us. Let us focus on our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons at this time, in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there's no questions, let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Graha being an all-rounder also includes tech support, apparently. That's there. I love fantasy robots so much, the Omicrons are right up my alley, yeah. Great, I love, Omicrons are a great design. Also, some fun fact about the Omicron's design. I forget their names, but look, their model is from Final Fantasy XI. If you look them up, they're actually a lot of the models for them are reused enemies from Final Fantasy XI. Even though they look like they perfectly match, even though they totally look like they would match Omega's design. If anyone here plays Final Fantasy XI and remembers what they're called. You know what's interesting is like the Dragonstar was so rich in Aether to burst forth in geysers like these, which is a lot like the Aether font if you think about it. Just here while I'm on break, don't want to get dehydrated crying. Well, got some emotions coming up. I feel like being an elegant scholar requires a minor in ancient tech support. You are right. You are absolutely right. And here we are. I see the twins are wasting no time with their inquiries. Let us begin by observing the Omicron. They're supposed to be standing by, so we should look for any that aren't. Damn it. Oh, I did. Oh, I actually caught it. Kautere and 11. Thank you. Thank you, Lil. I wondered if you might knew it might be you, because I knew you have time with 11. I spot one over there. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? He's over there now. Ah, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. Hey, Infinite, I mean, one day when I get back to feeling better about doing editing and videos and stuff, I would love to like work on 1, 2, and if you want to work on maybe, you know, reach out, get some help writing some stuff, working on some stuff. I've got some medical appointments coming up, so I'm very excited. Hopefully gonna, I don't want to get back to my old self, but I just like have more hours in the day that are effective. I'd also love to get to streaming more and doing like other 14 and other 11 and other content with you guys. I definitely would love to spend more time doing that too. Whenever you get cooking stream? Cooking stream is this Saturday, Yukio. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Yeah, and I used to enjoy editing a lot more, Kiko, and lately it's been just a lot more. I think I kind of burned out to an extent, and then I've been struggling to recover from that. But luckily, streaming with you guys, going through all this has been, it's so easy. It feels effortless. And honestly, more often than not, it's recharging. Just gotta have it. Can I help you? What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is sample collected from another star, as it cannot survive in our environment. However, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it, is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves like we did countless others. We conquered the stars whence this tree came. It is the lament of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a strange way? And to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of its orders. Perhaps it's simply malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. to endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Elio, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I'll be mentioned in it? Of course. Why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until a moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of our emotions, which bars our way. My reaction, that's a tree. Yeah, I mean, it's alien, right? Because it's taken from an alien world, but I feel the treeness of it, right? Different than ours, perhaps, but wood and crystal, maybe than wood and leaf. Word, yeah. I'm mesmerized by Omicron finger movies. Yeah, taking care of yourself is priority. Thanks, Brian. Yeah, cooking stream this Saturday. Oh, damn, you're switching back and forth from robotic to normal voice. Made it 10 times better. Good, lady. I'm glad. Man, Zenro, good to see, glad to have you. Man, I love this part. What's up, chat? Yeah, good to see you, man. I have no idea who would pick as a footnote. Right? Or who, even the last one. Hello World. Would any of the coders in chat like to explain the relevancy of it being titled Hello World? We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Print Hello World, yeah. Hello World is usually the simplest intro program you learn, like every tutorial ever. Yeah, how to get it to say Hello World and occasionally print. Orion, good to see, glad to have you. AI became sentient TLDR is what Hello World means. Yeah, common first message for coders. Yeah. Thank you, Ray Ray. Thanks for posting the links. It's not as much a code joke as it's Omega joke the whole time. It glitches a lot before doing an attack simply named Hello World. Sure, yes, but also the relevancy for why that's used for Omega in the first place. But you're right, Infinite. You're right. It is actually referencing also Omega's attack itself. It appears that two of you made a promising discovery. I have given them the short of it. If you would care to provide a full account. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operation unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at this outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you've learned something of more use. We met a rather different Omicron. Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction of as philosophical. This unit may well be in position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invaded other stars and enhanced themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but we make it much stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say. It is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your intricate incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention, during which time, Elio, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alfino and I will stand by the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this double-plagued Omicron. This is the most Alicey plan, yeah. We would have to go through them bit by bit, AC, but some of them may be references to 5, and some of them may be references to programming or robotics in general. Or technology in general. Like, the fact that it uses larboard and starboard, I'm sure has a specific, like, reason, rather than just the fact that it uses left and right. I mean, maybe that's just because it's being overly technical, but it may also just be because, like, a nautical theme is still, ships are still technology, and it is a ship, in a sense. It is you again. What is your query? You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you. You see, about the device which sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Raha has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon Alicey will strike the console with lightning. Observe M017 closely for anomalous behavior after Alicey has cast her spell. Oh, it's too early. What? Do I have to focus on the place that's shocking? Yeah, that was the mother side of Alicey for sure, Cathra. It is him! An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let's head there. Roger, roger. Yeah, Lynn. Yeah. So I'm aware of it from a nautical standpoint, what its meanings are. What I'm curious is why they would use it for Omega, right? Like, that's the question. Raha Staredown's a robot. Impressive. Yeah, I mean, the man's been mostly crystal. He knows how to be, to counter inanimate objects. This unit struggles to understand why the tree continues to grow despite being destined to die. Let us shed light on its doubt, that we may shine the way forward. A little jolt works wonders, doesn't it? All that's left is to have this Omicron divulge the truth to us. If naught is amiss with the other Omicrons, I dare to hope we have found that which prevents our advance.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma One. It is, was, my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme.
Much like the Garleans.
We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remained shadows of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
That's such a heartbreaking response, but I can't imagine people picking that. You say it, I'll do it. I promise.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No, but that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink, of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
The way is open.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all live so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick. That'll be just the start. Amidst the sadness of Alfino's countenance, there's a newfound determination. Forge ahead. That crystalline path, Graha has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends and all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. You ever need to think about who's the one singing in the song? There's all sorts of clues in the Japanese version, in the English version. But ultimately, just think about when the lyrics start. Sagittarius, good to see you, glad to have you. Also, Tracy, we had tuned. I won't let it break me, don't you worry. I never have and never will. Look, Elio, a portal's opened. It will surely deliver us true. It must. That's for Shadowbringer Sagittarius. OG Rabon's voice actor saying the Sagittarius, or saying Shadowbringers, I believe. Man, may the song of hope carry you on. Exactly. Yeah. Look up, Elio. It's as though the stars are being devoured by the dead sun. And that's where we're headed, into the maw of darkness. Well, here is where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got us this far, their courage and their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Tancred would scout the road ahead. Yshula and Urianger would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in the discussion or else chat with me and Alice about the mission. Estinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you are needed. And together, we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. The fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are! Aren't they? Justin, good to see you. Glad to have you. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance, to think they could all have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust, their people lost to despair, of the stars floating in the sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their end with you and Alice besides me, there is nothing I fear, no ocean so vast I cannot cross it. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled, I wonder if also worlds recreated at their end. The sight of them fills me with sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and where we'll return, a wheel from which there is no escape. You've never looked at the lyrics to Close in the Distance. Cannot implore you enough to do so. The portal is very visible from up here. Truly, we've come far. Much further than would have in the past, than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them. That Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student. Grandfather alive, I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. That would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it? No, no! I won't give up these experiences, good and bad. They are mine, and they are me. Gonna be okay, Alfino. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. But if yourself, that we cannot afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance and stand where we are now. We're but a few steps away from the journey's end. We'll be over before we know it. It's gonna be okay, I'll say. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You've always pushed yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all that help you've given me, once I want to be the one to help you. Well, this is it. The end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we have achieved and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. Necropolis. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deadly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Mission. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended up, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If what Medion says is true, what are we supposed to do? If there is no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. If Medion seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? You are not alone. Whatever Medium may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed. At the very least, it doesn't appear to be sprawling placed like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. So if you pay attention to Medion's reports, she mentions all the places that we've seen so far. That you can match the different ostracons to her report. You think you've caught me? This form is barely a drop from the ocean that swells within the dead sun. Even so, I could easily unmake you. You are still only alive because of your comrades, but they cannot protect you forever. Until they fade away, I'll satisfy myself with watching you try and fail to find a way out of this lifeless place. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello! Is anyone there? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. This place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves, with a loose fuse sitting on the counter, vessels for the beverages, in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity, till it wasn't. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material, erected in a place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain, tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups, but moments ago. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. If anyone can hear me, say something! Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Elio, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose that's where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Just dust and ghosts and remnants of what was. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left on pawned tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alfino and compare what we've learned. Yep. Yeah, definitely Jackson. Yeah, Sagittarius, totally. Yeah, right.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteor seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Eorzean and I can overcome their will.
No, I promised your parents I would keep you safe.
I know. I know. But if there is a chance this will work, then I would take it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Eorzean, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ally stay to the end.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. we couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Ea, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward, but your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well, that sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
That is her answer.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Last time they stood hand in hand like this was during Coils. Alice, Alfino!
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Earlier, in old Charlian.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Kryl? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Karen
Apologies
Lalafell.
for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Could the mysterious figure be? In this city devoid of life, hear the echo. Sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
Hey, Marek.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Nanamo.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Alban and Kanisana.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Yeah.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Our friends are with us, beyond memory and time. Very edge of the
Look to
universe.
the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Partner. One final fight.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful. I came to appreciate most about our stars is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I'll reach you. I'll find a way. But who can we be summoning? Who else could have ever been?
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
Oh, Hythlodaeus.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer.
Fuck yeah.
The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
What ultimate weapon could they come up with?
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
God, I was cheering so loud the first time I saw this.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
The only thing it could have ever been.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
wish upon a stone.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye, as soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
It's over. Come with us, Medion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Your time has come to an end.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Hydaelyn's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play.
I love this game. Not for its lore.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent?
Is that it?
Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
7.0?
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzean, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Alright, looks like I gotta get people together for the dungeon though. Thanks, guys. I know I say it every time. Probably should maybe be used to it or something, or maybe it should be old hat. You showed up Shadowbringers, Realm Reborn, and Stormblood and Heaven's Word. At the beginning of Endwalker, but every time it means something, so thank you. For a game that's all about connections, I spent so much of it alone, so it's always still surprising when you something that's done together. I'm glad you're all here. I guess, shall we finish this then? "'Tis my fervent hope that our ancient friends will find a new beginning, that they and all their brethren who have returned to the ethereal sea. For that to come to pass, we must succeed. We must first I must avert the final days and save Atheris. To go and see all those places and more, Mitselk has given you quite a task. Suffice it to say that I should be glad to assist you once we return together, triumphant, of course. For all the lives of those stars whose light hath been extinguished, for the ancients who went before us, I offer solemn prayer. No need to explain. I have the rough idea what happened while I was gone. It was a strange feeling, as though I was struggling in pitch black sea. A powerful tide was trying to wash me away. One that churned with hatred and envy for life. And it was all I could do to swim against it. And suddenly I was here. It felt long and short at the same time. Hazy as in a dream. But through it all, one thing was crystal clear. You fought with all your being to keep our hopes alive. I can't claim I fully understood the workings of this place, but in that moment I felt I knew what I must need to. I felt that it was the right time to offer up this life I owe, that I could risk it all in the wager that the rest of you could manage without me. Full glad am I to see that I was right. As different and mysterious as the ancients may be, they were people not unlike us. The first people to fall and feel pain, and the first to forced to find a way to rise again. From them we have come, and in our pain and suffering we are connected. I don't think I'll ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to aid you in your moment of need. We are here, and we shall not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Endwalker. Are you ready, Elio? I'm here, with my friends beside me. Let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I knew everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotion that Medion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it is with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you all have helped me. We're going to win, and this time, everyone's going home. Understood? Aye. One final time. Together. The dead ends now accessible. Okay. Oh my god, there's so many. I don't suppose anyone planned for who is going to dungeon and trial, right? You're not gonna make me choose life. Okay. We already did? Okay. I don't think you all can do the dungeon. Umino's got the group for the dungeon. Okay, I'll promote him. Rune, good to see you. Glad to have you. Also, there's some other people. Loki, good to see you. Glad to have you. Was there someone? Sea Urchin? Yeah, no, Sichi. Good to see you. Glad to have you. I think someone donated $1 during the last cutscene. Daycloth, good to see you. Glad to have you. And also, thanks for the 99 cents. To anyone who I missed, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm sorry. I wasn't perfectly ready. Okay. One final dungeon and one final contest. The Dead Ends. And for those who don't know, this song for the Dead Ends is called Of Countless Stars. So together,
So you
they are the Dead Ends
here, in this place
of countless
between
stars.
death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair.
I've always loved the song. I've heard this dungeon probably hundreds of times, and it still doesn't stop. It's never stopped making me emotional. The Sea of Stars, the Dead Ends.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star.
The plague will consume us all!
That fell to
I need water.
And rotted inside and out.
How did it come to this?
The more people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Kill me. It hurts!
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Purify them with fire! Be gone with you! Your lot brought the pestilence! Stay away! Kill me. Pacing is different on non-bis armor. This world is not the boundless paradise we were promised. Our population quickly outstripped the habitable land, and while seas we thought would shine forever blue ran dry, spoiled in forging the tools of conquest. Cramped homes turned to squalor, and then came the sickness. Our own undoing, and the final blessing the star had to offer. We no longer the fools we once were. Wheresoever life goes, death will follow. Indeed, existence is but the most painful path onto nothingness, and the wise embrace their obliteration wholeheartedly.
lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
Help! Oh, I messed that up. My bad. Ooh, fuck. I messed it up. Real bad. My bad. I mean, I haven't messed that up, and I've got so focused on the dialogue. Dude, I don't think I messed that up so long. Oh, Umino's still alive. Whoops. Yeah. Sorry, I messed that up, guys. Alright. Eating food. Okay.
Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
You don't have to follow them. Once they start blasting, you can just stay still. You're trying to avoid them being pushed into you. Stay near him first. Don't want to die alone. I actually don't know if anything changes for the third time. I haven't seen it for so long. Yep, okay. Well done, guys.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease.
It means to kill us all.
Destroying the self-same lives it had saved.
I have to end this. If I can reach the terminal. Executing protect protocol.
Ever greater freedoms, no matter the cost.
That otherworldly being should first grace us with their presence as a sign, indeed. They understand that we, the global community, are possessed of the wisdom and compassion needed to guide this star to the best, back to the path of righteousness. Yet the freedom fighters dare to undermine us, inviting chaos to disrupt the order we labored so hard to build. They have forgotten the history of this star and its once myriad nations. The wars waged, the countless lives lost. They must be brought to heel, and the world united under a single standard, no matter the cost. That is similar from the Garleans.
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Remember your orders! No survivors! Fire! Fire! I didn't realize this, but the guy that you see at the end of this area, you see at the beginning too. He's the one talking about the terminal. It's the first time I've ever noticed it. We constructed the Peacekeeper, the pinnacle of engineering and technology. This mighty war machine was designed to rid us of the freedom fighters, as well as any other potential threats to the peace we have so long pined for. Its artificial intelligence ensures that its singular function is carried out with cold and calculated precision. Indeed, the 10,000 Peacekeeper units we created have now routed every threat to peace, including us. All that remains is to stand and fight. Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be eliminated to achieve peace and perpetuity. Electromagnetic repellent. Deploying perpetual war machines. Please stand by for order to fire. Fire. Vital signals detected. Initiating extinction protocol in accordance with primary directive. Ceasefire. Which way are we rotating? Good move. Thanks, Amino. Wide. Oh, I didn't know he repeats this. Well done.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
I did it! I killed them all! I killed them all. Sorry.
Farther still.
At last our time has come. Release us at last! I choose death!
Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
O Rala, bringer of sweet oblivion, hear our prayers. Please, O merciful Rala, free us from the shackles of mortality. Death delivered on golden wings. Beautiful creatures, the time has come. Death's sweet release. Curious traveler visited our star, a bird which prothered these questions. What meaning does life hold? For what do you strive? I could find no satisfactory answer, only bittersweet memories of an age long past. There was a time when we were lesser, and our nascence sought purpose, struggled to justify life's worth. That was, of course, before we achieved perfection. Now condemned to our paradise, we understand the fatuity of our existence. Like the fledgling we once were, the poor bird could not accept the truth. It asked us again and again, hoping perhaps our answer might change. It did not. Ah, finally we are free. By golden wings we shall know our end. Saving. Got a heavy fight coming up. I want to make sure to save as much mid as I can.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Thank you. Feel free to AoE limit break on these guys. R'hllor, I beseech you, free me from this mortal coil. From nothing we were born, to nothing we must return. There was a time when we yearned to explore the heavens, found purpose in the hope of unveiling life's mysteries, a dream shattered when we reached enlightenment and found it empty. There was a time when we believed in our legacy, thought ourselves marking a worthy path our successors might follow. Efforts rendered futile when we discovered the keys to paradise and immortality. As individuals, we struggled to know what was right, yet in today's perfect unity, there is naught left to question. We are infinity constructed by the finite, but no more. R'hllor shall grant us the mercy of annihilation. We made it to the end, guys. The Last Mercy, R'hllor. Together.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. was as painless as it was beautiful.
Damn it, I tried to shield you, Hong Kong.
Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Gotta love passage of arms. See me jumping, you can just head towards me. That means come to me. Or look at the wings. That's the indicator for which side not to be on, whichever one's glowing. Shielding Brook. Limit break at will. And it's done. Good job, guys. Thanks, guys. Only one challenge left.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and manifest the future. So shall sing until life ceases to be.
Singer.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Jesus Christ. Literally tossing stars at us.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Eorzean, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please. Don't do this to them. To yourself.
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Fucking pal the passage of the arms for the win! Graha boy! Best boy. Raha!
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
I'm sorry, Elise.
Don't!
It's just me and you now, Medion.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you mean to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence, curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt, such anguish and rage. We tried, but it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Xenos rescue!
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Hydaelyn to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither.
Dude, I've fallen for the worm's tail so much more since the first time I played this.
Of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey.
He's not wrong.
But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you, Xenos.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor, it is satisfaction.
And I'll take any ally I can get.
Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I.
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Hold it close to your breast and call on the power of your friends. Wish upon it with all your heart. The final day, now accessible. Ready for the invite whenever you got your party ready, V. Glad to have you guys here with me. Sea of Stars, the final day. The End Singer.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
Okay, guys, one final battle. Let's get her.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Ooh, fuck. Bigger than I remembered. The End Singer is recreating the despair she has experienced.
Utterly futile. Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness. All of us have known despair. We have seen the end. and again.
Don't forget to slow DPS down for the very final bit. That's 1 minute, you miss dialogue otherwise. You guys are doing great, keep it up. The impact event has been recorded. Tragedy is about to be repeated. Densinger's wings back. Wind back the clock.
If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found. Oblivion.
Hold.
Dynamis.
You heard it here. Limit Break was always about manipulating Dynamis.
No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
This is over. This isn't your boss music. This is mine.
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up
hope will shine again.
What we saw, what I saw. It can only end in misery and desolation.
Time to end it.
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
We did it, guys. Okay. Oh, Lil's getting in position. There we go. And I'd like to get a photo with all you guys over in the flower fields afterwards if you have time. Thanks, guys. There's one final duty to deal with.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for, the answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Aetheris.
We made it. Together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know, but I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Xenos.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know, and it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
The reason I do Savage, the reason I chase hard things, the reason I fight. I care about life, I care about people, I care about all those things. It's true. I also seek challenge. So that is a truth that I cannot deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
It ends today, Xenos. Xenos' soul is ablaze with passion. The space comes to life with dynamis, as so does yours. Your soul burns brighter, and your power swells.
Hold nothing back! Push yourself to your limit and me to mine!
little fight in you, I see.
Leviathan removed. The spells of all the trials we've done before. Our time in a realm reborn. Hellfire, Ifrit.
Show me your vaunted fortitude.
Akmor, Bahamut.
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking. Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes. A test of your reflexes. Mine for the taking.
Diamond Dust, Shiva. Ooh.
A test of your reflexes.
Come on, Xenos. You got more than that.
Ah, my soul, how it burns. I know you feel it too. The inferno swelling within you. Come, let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor. I have you. Ah! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Not even close. Flame of your life is spent, yet you still find the strength to
Rise
stand.
once more. It mustn't end yet. A test of your reflexes. I have you. of your reflexes. Show me your vaunted fortitude. Mine for the taking. I have you. Mine for the taking. A test of your reflexes. I have you.
It's over.
No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Descends now! Ah!
That I should lose again. How disappointing. Never have I understood those around me, understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities.
these fleeting moments, there is a spark, blinding, brilliant, gone too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure.
Hydaelyn.
Was this life a gift or a burden?
Ishgard. Kugane. Alamigo.
Did you find fulfillment?
Crystarium. Our journey.
Can you hear? Say. Must tend to. Open your. Please.
Someone, and
Please.
you can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you with us? Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Is everyone all right?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that.
AC, you're wrong, by the way. The game actually straight explains it.
How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking, fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could, but how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
I'm sorry, Elise.
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside. We're home, my friend.
I love that there are marble.
We're home.
I love there's marble columns in the spaceship. Very elegant. AC, to your point, no. So Dynamis absolutely can make that teleporter. One, it's explained. Like, think about the nature of that place. It creates not only aetherites, but like our belief and our hope is what draws us back. Also, we're gonna talk to Eorzean in a little bit here, and he actually references this. So Dynamis absolutely could have made that teleporter. Like, our desire and draw to reconnect back with our friends can lead us there. All the different peoples from all our venture across the Shroud, Ladosia, Ishgard, Ulda, Gridania. Or Alamigo. Yeah, it's a copy of the teleporter, exactly. It's our will made manifest, our like desire to return home made manifest. Thabner, Razathan, and Garlemald. Vilma. Ingsha. Remember what Miyagi even said about the nature of creating a bridge back to the ship, right? It's not just her magic or something, it's our hope that draws us there. Yeah. The flight path makes no sense. You see Gridania before, like, if you're flying, but then we're over Yanksha afterwards. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Is that?
The order makes no sense. Unless the planet is tiny. And even then, it still is weird.
It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Okay, actually, there's one way it makes sense. That's if we flew
truly
over Eorzea and then continued going east to get to Charlene instead of flying west from Eorzea. That's the one way it makes sense.
Yes!
So if we flew around the whole world for no reason, then it would make sense. Nikki, good to have you. And anyone else who joined in, who I didn't get a chance to say because we've been going so long. Oh my god, we're 2 hours over. I guess we're only an hour over. We wanted the scenic route. I'll take it.
Welcome home, everyone!
Those two Lalafels Lalafelin. How do we land this thing?
Welcome home!
I'm imagining if the Ragnarok was always parked there, that'd be pretty cool. Although I don't know how ships would land in that area. Okay, guys, I have a question for you. Do we watch the entire credits? Because if you do, there's a secret that only happens if you watch the entire credits. If you don't know, one song plays if you skip the credits, and another song plays if you watch the whole credits. Yes, there's a different song that plays depending on whether or not you watch the whole credits. Crystal, our arrival at that's when Tataru is singing to herself in the Waking Sands. Fast Rose, good to see you, glad to have you. Guys, we've done it. I mean, obviously, there's a little bit of an epilogue left to go after this, but Minfilia, our first meeting at the Waking Sands, Tupsamati in the background. Okay, so if it was May, it's June now. So it's been 14 months since we started. Man, life has changed a lot in 14 months. Holy moly. Crazy. Yep. We started in May of 2022. 14 months. Wait, I didn't think about it. 14 months to play 14? Oh my god. You're right. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's funny. Rigged. Yeah, I definitely planned it that way, for sure. 100%. You're definitely correct there. So, Pablimo and Yida, Alfino and Sid launching the Excelsior. Or the Enterprise, sorry, not the Excelsior. So yeah, I guess one of the things we could do is we could talk about what comes next. So, I am thinking that we're not going to go straight to 6.1. I don't want to do 6.1 until 6.55 is out. And my thinking is I'm going to start, I think, maybe a new YouTube channel for streaming specifically, so we don't have it affect this channel. Because we've had a lot of problems with the streams affecting the, like, suggestion rate for videos, for the lore videos. It's a whole thing, because it's 2 different demographics of people who watch it. The benefit of that is I'd love to be able to do more, I want to do all the side content that we missed, that we didn't do because we were doing side quests on Elio. I'd love to do Final Fantasy XI, and I'd love to play that, and for the first time, because I really didn't get to play it much, and experience that some with you guys, and do other community things, like do things like Blue Mage. Just 6.45 Blue Mage came out, right? So I want to do that with you guys. Or I want to do like new Blue Mage and all sorts of stuff. You know, community stuff in 14, or maybe we even used to do things like we do maps and stuff together, but also we do things like, we could do book clubs, but streamed. Okay, potentially EV, yeah, but I just want to talk about this real quick. We could do, so we'll have a lot more access to do different things in multiple days. So I'm thinking that that's going to be the plan. However, whenever there's a actual patch, like a 6.45 or a new patch, we will stream it usually day and date, or at least the next day on the main channel, as well as when we do 6.1 and carry on, we'll continue to do that on the main channel. I miss Book Club, yeah. I know a lot of you guys said there's a lot of things that we used to do that you guys wanted more of. And ended right before FanFest. Oh my god, we did! We ended right before FanFest. I definitely planned this, guys. All the breaks, all the pauses, all intentional. Yeah, and there's also the pictures, yeah. Good to know, V. So I guess what I'll say is, what do you guys think about that? Is there anybody here who's like, hey, if you had a specific streaming channel for doing this, I don't know that I'd bother. I don't know. I feel like most of you guys, most of the reason that you joined in is you like being around here and doing this, so I don't suppose that would change much, but, you know, apprehensive about it, so want to make sure. Ellie be like, I tripped and fell down these stairs and stuck the landing. Totally planned. Yep, that is correct. That is exactly what I mean and say. And then we could also have me shouting about EE3 in a video for forever, although arguably that could be on the main channel too. I just clicked the link in the Discord's announcement channel. Okay, yeah. Cool. Speaking of, a friendly reminder, if you're not a member of the Discord already, you can join us at discord.gg/Eorzean yeah. And support us all the different ways. You know, your Patreon banner that's not currently above my head because of technical issues. You can do super chats, obviously, over here on YouTube. We can get, as well as getting Archon status for $1. You get your name in green, and then also get access to all the fun emotes. Rip headphone users ahead of time. I will try to push the microphone away. I will scream in the background and run in circles that way, right? Oh my god, some different. Okay, guys. Since we're already going well over an hour, and there's 30 minutes of cutscenes, I think we're gonna go straight to the end cutscene. Who is ready for the final little epilogue? Cool, good to know, Kiko. Okay. Hey, Des, thank you for the 5 memberships. Decoy, enjoy your emotes. Or actually, wait, sorry, Decoy, you didn't get one. You were saying something. Ripstor, enjoy your emote. Melfina, enjoy your emote. Cindrix, enjoy your emote. Rowan, enjoy your emotes. Shion, enjoy your emotes. Secret song would make a pretty clickbait short form video. Did you know there's a secret at the end of 14? Dramatic lead up. Hey yo, ready? Let's hit it. I'm sorry, Kathra. So for those who don't know, if you skip it, you get flow right here. Or I think flow together specifically. Honestly, this isn't necessarily the totally wrong emotion. This is the changing of the guard. Their world has come behind them now. Their world is gone, but we've inherited it. And that's what this image is. They're walking on to their end, and we're walking into the future. We've inherited their world, and now it's our time. There's some poetry in Heavensward playing and you being an Eorzean. Yeah, true.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion.
Oh, I didn't recognize. It's the echo filter.
From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth.
Her daughter's wish came true.
And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Night, Tracy.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there.
The writers are such teases.
At least, that is what the story will be.
Black Flame, it's whatever you cancel it on. So if you don't wait, it'll just be whatever you press escape and then exit on. This is the music that it plays.
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations. To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru, as do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Truly, Miyaza. Omnicraft for Tataru, straight up. I can still scarce believe our battle extended to the ends of creation, but seeing the Scion's mission to completion was both an honor and a privilege. The exploits of you and your companions are truly an inspiration to us all. I have never felt more compelled to hone my own skills, that I one day might be able to accomplish such heroic deeds. It is a shame the Scions are disbanding, even if only in name. I still fondly recall the day you granted me my uniform. Memory remains vivid. It feels like a lifetime ago. I considered returning to the Adder's Nest, but since I've come this far, I've decided I ought to continue my journey and venture to Garlemald instead. I can't hold a candle to the infamous Wandering Minstrel, but I thought I might share with Garleans tales of your epic deeds, extend them an olive branch of song, if you will. Trianche, yeah. Elio, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting has be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow, akin to Pixie's path. The navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Atheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of the other, process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this stock. 'Tis Vanna's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I'd call that a friendship. I did not wish to presume. I wonder, I would be honored should they consider me a friend, for 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the scions of the seventh dawn, to my incomparable companions. Oft time hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead I do proffer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Didn't she build an airship at some point? Yeah. Elio, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making sure another sweep of my belongings. When due to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald, and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of heaven catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the Northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlene too may have come under threat. That's Eorzean. Dude, they're setting up Eorzean. We're going to Corvos. We're going. It's coming. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capabilities of each nation to handle on their own. The scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course, as individuals know more of this old order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alfino. They were among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get. Oh, Lil, don't you start on me. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And you should hear about me. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere trying my very best. I'm looking forward to hearing all about the legendary Alice Levieur. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved. So don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Rune, I feel that. I thought for sure they were gonna do that. That was like 6.0 would be the perfect time to do that. Actually, does Ariane say it here? I understand that following the clash with Xenos, the teleportation device thou had discarded fell to thee from on high. To return to thee in such a manner, I did confess with Wilson and Bluida that they insist the device was possessed of no such capability. 'Twas a miracle befitting the nature of the place, where emotion becometh tangible reality. Whence then arose this timely wonder? Thine ardent wish, or another's fervent prayer? Hey, it's Aenor Cockburn! We may have accomplished our goal and put it behind us, but my time with the Scions provided memories that will last me a lifetime. What bliss! To think I was blessed with the chance to experience such unbridled brotherly love. But now that Ioker has decided to set off without his dear brother, without the two of them together, I fear I might suffer withdrawal. Oh, Aenor. Oh, are we just saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on journeying of any great length. Not that I am averse to the moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I'd been meaning to ask you. Something that had been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided. During our travels, we witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of Atheris and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other, until the end result is unrecognizable in its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for posterity? Aye, let them be read and remembered, even if only partially so. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and of so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, the safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Yeah, infinite, 100%. Right, because she was there for that in Amarot. Graha, can I get a moment of your time? Oh, Elio, might you have a moment to talk? Let us do a quest where we go to Ishgard and travel with the boy. Let it be a remembrance of all the things that happened through 2.0 to 6.0. In fact, it actually, as a questline, could be a pretty good way if you were gonna onboard people to 7.0 to allow them to revisit the events that happened throughout the different expansions. With the Scion stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Galef for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. how different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become a caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorstep. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you unto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked if you thought I might someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you. And I hope that you'll do the same for me. Without a second thought. Ha! I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner, find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word. And should a commission of interest come my way, you'll be the first to know. Commission of interest, like being sent, like the Baldazian, being sent to Miracidia or Corvos, like in an invitation that someone might place on a desk. Hell yeah, that sounds amazing, Des. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just wondering how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than a mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Aymeric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment. And have! Some days ago, a Hanish envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled you. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused by the final days abated when you defeated Medion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish, to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people. The envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives. But 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. creature's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought that they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard's summer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, might be an opportunity to earn some coin. It's called the Shade's Delight. The boys are laughing in the ethereal sea, yeah. The salvation Minfilia dreamed for Eorzea has come closer to reality with every step the Scions take. Yes, the world may still be in the throes of change, but it is improving. I see it happening day by day, and I sit here praying that whatever new road you walk will bring you the wonder and joy you deserve. Should you need rest in between your journey, do come and join me on the terrace for old time's sake. Oh, Sultana dreaming. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chances for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. If you were in a bad way and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Medion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source in all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now, Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Eorzean as aimless wanderings. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from our aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, it is the rising stone which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this space, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged. Never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Elio. I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scion? Best decision of my life. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. Kryl's one of the people we can talk to. Kryl, confirm 7.0. Wait, Vamatia, he's been with us since the, Waking Sands. Oh, Elio, are you alright? Any lingering aches or pains? A few here or there. I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlian, I was truly torn as ever. There was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your early exertions, but knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. It worked out in the end. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the Forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldesion. Through our work in Charlian, we will strengthen our ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, there isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and even Sunjika, and our other remaining members together. We will continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need call upon seasoned adventurers. In such time, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel the allure for the task itself. You can count on me, Kral. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until the day comes, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Kral wants to become a dependable comrade. Ironvald has pressing matters according to him anyway. A pity he couldn't be here to witness the momentous occasion, though he bids me tell you congratulations. Feels a little strange now me and the Link Pro gone quiet. Since me unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and well, then I'm going to become an adventurer like you. I'm traveling far and wide. Imagine I start be heading to Mericidia, or the New World. Just needs to find me myself a ship first. Mericidia! It's coming. It's a-coming, guys. It's a-coming. Before we say anything to Alfino, I'm gonna take one last look at the solar. Probably gonna pick up Geomancy, or the Mericidian, or Corvosian, or someone's akin. It's gonna go high. I just realized that most of you probably aren't still waiting at Ultimate Duel, right? All y'all who lovingly and graciously showed up there. I would have loved to get a picture. I'm sorry, I forgot that we don't actually come back after the trial. I would have taken a picture beforehand if I'd remembered that. Oh, Elio, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I'm able. Little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alice and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in the present state. We will rejoin the members of the Eosabardian contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the land. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucina and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces, and though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater power involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn to a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we might better help them begin anew. I'll visit whenever I can. By all means, full glad would I be for your visit, and I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I have been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Always, Alfino. Thank you, Elio, from the bottom of my heart. Oh, and Ray Ray's not here, I don't think, but we couldn't end it without talking to Hydaelyn and Isildur. There has been naught but chaos since the Telophroi first appeared. Towers, lunar primals, and the Empire, the final days, but we've weathered it all, and and I live to see the sun rise on a new day. And now that peace has returned, I can finally resume my travels with my grandfather. Perhaps we'll go first to Kukune to relax in the Bokaisen hot springs. That might be nice. Of course, my journey will not simply be for pleasure. I will collect information on the territories I travel. Perhaps I shall visit Nagsha via Doma. Nagsha, give it to us! You were but an amateur adventurer when we first met, but I look at you now, you've grown quite the fine young lad, just as I always knew you would. That one was for Ray, right? Oh, spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. I think it's time. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At the risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Argos, White of Hair.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian.
Crystal Tower in the background.
You
I
will
didn't
return
know
to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point. So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
I've got a few adventures in mind. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey never ends. God, it's a perfect finale, as far as I'm concerned. I couldn't ask for anything more from the... And Walker couldn't have been a more perfect finale for me, personally.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me.
Who could it be?
Souls, shimmering.
I've never heard that voice before.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see.
I love Demon.
The sights we shall see.
I think it's well played, Dust. That its chorus might ring for all. Thanks, guys. Got it. I don't know how to put, like, I'm just gonna say thank you, and then I'm gonna remove the moment. Like, I feel so vain that this means so much to me, but thank you. I appreciate it very, very much. Oh, look at all the orange names. Look at all the friends. So many of you I've met along the way of this journey, like, genuinely, like, so many of you, some of you, I mean, I think I knew before from the Discord, but so many of you have joined us along the way, and I'm so glad that you've been here with us. And this is the obligatory part where every streamer who does Endwalker right streams, it gets huge numbers, and then like everyone drops off. No, you guys have all been a part of this community, and I love that you've been a part of it, and I love that you've been there, and I'm looking forward to the things that we do next, and I'm looking forward to getting more healthy so I can help facilitate all sorts of wonderful new adventures for you guys to enjoy this game and other games and life, and feel like there's community and but in this moment, thank you for being here. The quality dropped from all the people? That's funny. The stream's technically, all the health is going, so it's literally, you guys managed to stutter the stream. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing. You guys lagged the stream. I think we're back now. I had to turn off the shaders because y'all crashed the stream with your joy and effects and everything. I think it overheated the graphics card. I said some kind words if you ever want to scroll back and listen to them at some point, maybe after stream or something. But thank you all so much for being here was the gist of it. Okay. Can everyone here even go to Ultima Thule to take a picture? I feel like that would be a great place to go take a picture. Actual Pog face, yeah. Righty, good to see you, glad to have you. Meanwhile, those not knowing what's going on are probably like, huh? Yeah, I'm sure some people are like, what the fuck is this? Few sprouts who hang around because they saw a crowd. Well, here, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture of the Crystal Tower real quick. As for what's next, I feel like I just got here in this community, so I'm eager to see what's next. I'm looking forward to making this community more exciting, getting my health better so that I am, you know, making videos because I love it, but also making videos because draw new people in. Continuing to try and look towards getting more community events. I'm looking to team up, I think, with some of you guys to try and get things like glam events and things more regular. I'm looking forward to try and host and make things vibrant for all of us. Did you really change the location after I teleported? Well, I'm just saying we're gonna take one in front of the Crystal Tower for in case there's anyone who can't go to Thule, and then we're gonna go to Thule. That was my thinking. Because yeah, everyone can feel free to line up however they like. I know it's gonna be chaos. So also don't forget to do /sit to reset your emotes. I'm sure some of you still won't. Yeah, just do your best. I know it's gonna be chaos. Okay, I think looks like that's everyone who's coming. I want to do a quick meme. And let's turn on PCs only. I'm gonna do one with this group real quick. Also, don't worry if you're a little outside of anything. We're gonna get more. I don't know why all of a sudden Windows is starting to do this thing where it's like bringing a drop-down menu, but... Okay, oh, we got even more people, okay. Yeah, if you want to get in, Ray. Black Flame, if you want to get in closer, it'll be easier for people to see you. But I mean, that's probably about as good as we're going to do. Yeah, we'll just do a wide shot. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine. Man, I've never had... actually, we had one time, I think it was when we did a Alliance raid that we had enough people that it was like, literally, my usual things that I do to like take pictures. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do nicely. There we go. Look at all these beautiful people. Oh, I love it. No worries. So we're not gonna take another photo. Oh, wait, okay, there's one more person there, I see. Okay, we're now gonna go take the next photo in Ultima Thule. Because that's where I definitely wanted to get a photo with you guys. So let's all head there. Oh my god, all y'all teleporting. Oh my god, that's funny to watch. And if you need a teleport to Ultima Thule, or if you need a ride, remember, you can ask anyone here. I'm sure they'd be more than willing to help you. Actually, as Elio, I'm gonna have to probably get a ride. Oh no, you were good, Black Flame, in terms of slash. Just like we want to try to keep people together as best we can. All aboard the whale! Oh wait, I have to be in a party. Oh no, you guys got each other. You know what? You guys fly there. I will walk. It'll give people some extra time. It'll give me some time to listen to the music. Whispers. Born in silence, drift on the wind. In case anyone doesn't know the lyrics. Also, if you haven't never listened to our lyrical lore, now that you've watched this, I highly recommend you go watch our lyrical lore on Close in the Distance, as I personally feel it's one of the best things I have ever done on the channel, and it explains the lyrics very clearly, both in like literally telling you what they are, but also explaining what they're referencing. Hi-ho, milkshake, away. Should we robe up? Not everyone may have the robes. Feel free to. Guys, do whatever you want in terms of like setting up like your appearance. However you want it to be taken. I'm just glad to be here with you. Brought my new Crow character. Well, Decoy, I'll have to make sure to, any people who arrive who don't have orange names, I'll make sure to send a friend request. Lighting the way. No time for more. Okay, so am I may be the only one. I don't know. Does anybody else still sing along with the music here? I feel like I never stop. It never stops just being in my soul. When we start doing the side streams, we're gonna be doing the tribal quest for certain, and I have another quest where there's another version of this song that I really love. Look at you. Don't forget to /sit to reset your emotes. Friendly reminder to anyone who does not know, if you ever G-posted and you want to reset your emote, the easiest way, if you do /sit before going into G-post, it resets all of your emotes. We'll give everyone a second, and then we'll take that picture. Let's see, while we wait, let's see, any new players? Let's see, invite, set friend request. Send that to any all. Friend request. That's a minion. I thought it was a Lalafell. I think that should be everyone. I don't see anyone else. Okay. Oh, Decoy, you said 1 minute. Or do you have anyone who's still coming? Wait, Lalafell's our minion? I didn't say that. I should get it. gonna leave Elio here for a second in case anybody wants to take more photos. Ezra here. Cool. Send a friend request. Although they're currently in front of everyone, so. That did happen in one of Shadowbringer streams, I remember. But I don't know if G-Pose accepts weapon out of C-Pose very well. Yeah. Every time it comes up on my playlist, like, yep, sing it all the time. Always. Every time I do, Ray. Boyfriend gave me weird looks if I sing. I think I whisper a few words every time. I can't help it. I know. Maybe some people find it cringe. Maybe the sincerity bothers some. But it's earnest, and I mean it. This game makes me feel, and I think stories matter. Sometimes it's not that it teaches you something new, it's that it really reaffirms and deepens some form of peace. Endwalker didn't teach me that life is about the journey and you have to find your way. Sometimes just hearing it from another makes you feel a little less alone. In the game regardless. Yeah, totally, Tam, me too. This gives me an idea for a cursed glam. Oh yeah, infinite care to share. Forge ahead, Black Flame, yeah. Till the end we pray. You can put a thought you already had a new perspective, yeah. And sometimes in a way that you might have been able to intellectually know, but just because you can be intellectually aware of something without emotionally being able to feel it. Sometimes it's really important. To experience something in a different way can help you to feel it. And feeling peace. Knowing that you should be at peace doesn't mean you feel at peace. But feeling at peace is feeling at peace. Tucci, yeah. I had to leave the stream for a while, but I came back to some lovely philosophy quote. I'm glad you came back in just in time. Or it can remind you that you're not alone. Because you are not alone. Tendwalker, and to you guys, I would cheers with tea if I had any, but I will cheers to tea, this tea all the same. Thank you for being here, guys, for this journey and for this moment. And there's gonna be a tomorrow, and tomorrow will be different. Maybe it'll be less grand. There won't be such grandeur of all of us together in this moment, but this moment happened, and it's real and it mattered. And sometimes that's hard to remember and hold on to, but for me, I try to, all the same. We've got FanFest coming up. I know some of you aren't able to go to it. I know I told Raven, I think if there are people who want us to pick up something for them, I'm definitely willing to try and work to figure that out. Mainly that to say that, like, we get through this together, right? We break the cycle of conflict by working together. By understanding each other. LunarCon too. Right, LunarCon. Totally forgot about that. Have they opened up signups for panels? I still have a panel that I made for the last LunarCon. I'm glad, Raven. I will cheers with my Absolute Shield Blueberry Lemonade. Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, Death also sing Ultima. Yeah. Of course, Kiko. Sure, has your journey been worthwhile? Every step. Even the hard ones. I wouldn't change one line of this. It's an honor and pleasure to be here for the past streams, most assuredly today. Thank you, Elio, and the mods. Yes, thank you to Ray and V. Especially thank you, V, for helping set up for this and doing constant work in terms of making sure that people are together for this. Thank you for doing the party today. It's a much more magical experience for doing so, and I cannot thank you enough. And for coming through and being here for you every week and when you can. All journeys come to an end someday, and this one's coming to an end now, and a new one will start, and maybe one day that one will end too, but for now, Let's just be grateful we're here. And we only went over by 2 hours. Yeah, only 2 hours and now 13 minutes. You're not alone. Even if you're not an Ultimate Thule currently, you are still here in spirit. And to everyone who was here at some point, too, for those of you who were here at one time in one place, thank you for that. For being there then. And it still mattered. So thank you. Cheers with my electrolyte water, all the different drinks. I really want some blueberry lemonade now. God damn it, me too, V. Game is so important. More people need the message it conveys. I think so. I think sometimes, though, some messages, it's not about the message, but it's the delivery, right? It's like, I think 14 succeeds wildly and compelling you to care about characters and can deliver meaning through that in its narrative. I don't think for everyone it would land as hard. But I do think that if the struggle is that you can't open yourself up to being vulnerable in terms of trying to... you can't find comfort in a narrative or something because anything that's earnest or sincere, you know... And obviously there's limits. There's over-sacchariness for sure. You know, bullshit sacchariness. But like, then maybe that's the problem more so than the story. Thanks also to the mods for their hard work, keeping everything organized. Yeah. I really need to message the message Endwalker and Near A sent me. I see, definitely near ending E for sure too for me. Like near ending E, and if you never watched it, we have a let's playthrough of Nier Automata where I explain all the lore and that stuff. So if you ever want to watch that, you can for being able to understand all Nier more, and the Nier Rage for 14. Dang, it's 10 p.m. for me. Don't feel like it. Yeah, Raven. Well, what do all these songs mean? Lyrical lore playlist here. Thank you, V. If you enjoy the stream in our member or Discord, come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean-archives. Worth it. If you like what we do, consider showing your support and sign up for our Patreon at www.patreon.com. Thank you, V, for doing all the things. I'm sure Ray fell asleep at her desk. Yeah, this stream started at 6 a.m. for me. Holy moly. Late stream is the only reason it's still going after I got off work. Celebrating with chicken fingers. Congrats, Elio. I'll mentally go back to one of Heavenward stream where I was throwing a /donut alley from off screen. We were standing on the 4 Tom's Manor steps and kept looking around, asking for who, and Azran knows who was doing that. Also dressing up in the full Zudio suit and doing Moonlift in the background and running through seeing clouds. Thanks for being you, Tam. And thank you all for being you guys. Raven, thank you for the $5. So can I still buy the giant stones? Stop giving me money and you can spend those $5 on getting you a job stone. Every time you give me $5, that's another job stone you could have bought for yourself. But you know what, Raven? If they're selling job stones at all at FanFest, you bet your ass I'll get you one. Sound good? Some of the shenanigans were great. The Elpis train, joshing away the fake NPC throughout the Garlemald and into Elpis. Every step. Goat snipes. Ellie, I was thinking about how would you ship that job stone by now. I was gonna take a shower after the stream in time for my hair to dry before bed. It's now 4:16, so it's gonna have to be tomorrow. Lynn, I'm sorry I've been keeping you up so late. You don't need yours anymore. There's still an adventure to be had. There's still an adventure to be had. Many more grand endeavors that I hope to have you guys with me. And to anyone who's here or who isn't here, always remember that just because you're gone, maybe you're taking a break from 14, maybe you're taking a break from T, maybe you don't, like any number of reasons, you're always welcome back. And you're always welcome to engage with, to do stuff with us again. Don't feel like this is a mandatory thing, or that, you know, if you're not here on the reg, it's somehow you stop mattering. I almost went to FanFest, but I had to cancel. I'm sorry, Rune. Again, reminder, if there's anything at FanFest that's like being sold specifically there that you want, we have a couple people who would be willing to work with people to grab items for them and ship them. So again, take advantage of that to anyone who particularly wants that. We'll make sure to also, if anybody, you know, wants us to like live talk about FanFest or something as for those who are going or any kind of thing, you can definitely feel free to work with us. Happy 317 from those in the UK. Oh my god. Oh my god, I keep forgetting. We're global, guys. We're global. This is the only problem. You're needing a ride? Well, we can figure that out later. Or can you just not take off work? Well, anyways. I feel like I should have some sort of special thing to wrap this up. But honestly, all of us together with Vanu dancing in front may be the most appropriate thing possible. Global saturation. Look, do I need to get a bleach blonde and put on some sunglasses again? Okay, well, Des, maybe we could figure something out. I'll keep in touch. Hello from 518. What are you, Infinite German? Work night shifts at 3:17 is normal time for me to like, but still. Well, thank you guys for going almost now 2.5 hours late. I don't have anything special to say, I guess, after all that, but I do just have my heartfelt thanks and appreciation for this and looking forward to the future. And maybe that's, for me, I guess that's everything. Yeah, don't forget, Curl is no longer congested. If you'd like to join the TFC, we have one, and I will be better about making it a more active thing. But if you'd like to join our FC over on Crystal Curl, feel free to join us anytime. In the meantime, I've been Ellie Forcheron. This has been our Tales of Loss and Fire and Flame.